Our elders have been around longer than any of us. They have seen the struggle between our leadership and the Canadian leadership. We need to take our direction from them. We need to take our direction from our gokums, our mothers, and our daughters. They are the life givers. They are our matriarchs. And they have a strength that men will never be able to attain because they can create life. And I want to say thank you to Rick Chichu's, the women in his family, for giving him that direction to come with us. It reminded me of that teaching. When we ask these treaty chiefs to come and to do this work, it has to be alongside our chiefs here. Our chiefs also, and I say this with respect, I do not say this with disrespect. We have to start educating people where your paychecks come from. It comes from INAC. Don't forget that before that title chief was put into your job title, it was Indian agent. That is not an insult, it's a truth. Because your communities have voted you to represent them, to lead them. That's where you rely on your authority to come from your people within your community. And that's a good thing, because they must see something in you to put their support behind you. Our treaty chiefs are different. People will never vote them into that position. The Gokamak and Moshamak are the ones who tell them it's there. And if you want it, take it, but you have to share it. It's not just solely for them. More than ever, we need their guidance. We need them to sit with us in these decisions. And I agree with what was said yesterday. It should be the Crown who we have these discussions with, because their representatives, the federal and provincial governments, are failing. They have already destroyed what it is to have truth and reconciliation. They broke that when they started Bill 5 and Bill C5. And only now they're starting to see the error of their ways, and they're getting scared. In Queen's Park, it was the end of our ceremony walk. Prior to even starting the walk, I had met a few Ogichida war chiefs who were already planning their moves. Along the walk, the communities we met, there were warriors there, warrior societies, already planning what they were going to do. They know what it is to take direct action. They know if we take the government to court, if we follow and play by their game, we'll never get anywhere. A government can only stay in power for 4 years. If we look at Edmund Matatawaban and what he started with the St. Anne residential school survivors, over a decade they've been in court. A decade. 2, 3 governments have passed since they first brought the government to court, and they don't care. They know how to play their game. They will always be 2 steps ahead of us if we go by their ways of doing things. If we allow ourselves to become colonial, that's what will happen to us. Just like it's happening now, how we're being steamrolled, how they're pushing through everything. They will never be transparent with us as people because they have their own agendas. They want our resources. I come to say these things to you as humbly as I can and with respect. I am not an elder. I'm not a knowledge keeper. I'm just a helper who's fed up. For over 20 years, my Nokum has been coming to these assemblies. And she would always come home and speak to the family about what she witnessed. The division amongst the chiefs. The aimless direction that we're going in. And the pain that we all share in this circle. I've witnessed that as a child. No child should have to be brought into this fight. It was the same with her story of residential schools. And there's a very important teaching she gave me the past 3 years. Maybe many of you know the story where she had the opportunity to go and confront her abusers that were still living in Ottawa. She was able to go and sit across for them. And I was terrified because I went with her and they would not allow me and my uncle in there. And I have always been a rock to my Nokum. As a child, when she would wake up screaming from her nightmares, I would go and sit on her bed and I would wait till she finished and I would tuck her in. Some nights she didn't even know I was there. Anytime she had to go and stand on Parliament Hill in the Ontario legislature, I was there with her. I've always been her rock. So when she went into that place to confront her abusers, I didn't know what to do. I started chain smoking outside. I finished the whole pack within 2 hours. When she came out, I saw a different woman. Her shoulders weren't hunched. She was kind of walking like she was a little drunk. But it's because she had finally let go of what had been holding her down. And she reminded me of my uncle. She says, "No, Sism, forgiveness is the ultimate tool." She was able to forgive those 2 nuns who abused her as a child. And this is what we need to do here amongst ourselves in this circle. We need to forgive ourselves. We need to forgive each other. The division that we have is only going to keep us stuck in a circle. And we need to move forward. Many of the youth watching this on the live stream, many of the youth who attend these meetings, one thing I always hear from them, is this really our leadership? Is this our leadership who represents us? We need a strength from you. Right now, all the direct actions that are being taken by Geronimo Kataquapit with Here We Stand, with Shem Matanas, with Youth Rising, with us, Mamo and Inawak, we Basigostamak, with Ramon and Okinawak. It seems we all come from the same community, Arawapaskat. But we know if we take our time, nothing will change. Direct action is needed. I'm not saying go home and get your rifles. No, because it's not our way to cause harm to life. What I'm saying is it's time to take a stand. It's time to use our voices. We, the youth, know this because we see the circle we're stuck in and we don't want it anymore. That is why we move as grassroots people, so our hands are not tied by policies and rules. That was not our way. When our people gathered, they talked from the morning till the sun went down, much like we did yesterday. And I thought that that was a beautiful thing. We need more of that. We need less agendas, timetables. That's not how we get things done. Everyone has something to say. Everyone must share so we can tell them at the end, you have been heard. I don't want my children, when I have them, to be stuck in this circle. To all the parents here, I don't want your children to grow up thinking that one day they'll have to carry on this fight. And so I ask all of you, please, forgive one another. Find a way to take more direct action. Go and find the descendants of the pipemen and headmen who were at the signings and bring them to this table. Take their guidance in. And another thing I would suggest, a resolution to the chiefs. And please listen with an open mind and an open heart when I say this. It is not disrespect. But for Nan, for our executives, when this organization was founded, Alan Rickard did not call himself a Grand Chief. That was not the idea. He was a president. Those that followed with him on the exec were vice presidents. I would make the suggestion that we return to that. Only because look at how the government uses those titles in the media. They push them into these meetings. They invite them. And when they come in, the news reporters put Chiefs Assembly, Chiefs Meeting, and the general public is fooled into thinking we're being consulted. I say that with respect. All four of you, I've come to know about you in the past 3 years. My Gokum speaks highly of each of you. Each of you. Mike Matat, you're a family friend, and you were the first one to come and help us. And I'll never forget that. And I'll always keep those shoes you bought me as a souvenir. But at the same time, we have to realize that your titles are something they can use against us. And it'll keep us locked in that circle. We're not trying to take away the good things you've accomplished, the good work you will continue to do. But maybe it's time to start finding our ways to deal with the government. It's time to find ways for them to no longer use you like that. Because you're all strong. And Gishchamigo Chana Betty for fasting. Every day you were out there fasting on Queen's Park, I cried when I walked because that was a beautiful thing. It was a beacon of strength for our people. I couldn't imagine fasting in the middle of that city. I get bugged out when I go for a visit, but what you did took such strength. It's Chumigwach. We also have to look into our own communities. When our elders stand up and say no to something, our chief should not be bringing in police to remove them from development. I will not name names, but it infuriates me to see that. As I picture my Gokum sitting out there in the heat all day, suffering because she just wants to protect her land. Forgiveness for any wrong that we've done to our elders. we need to go and be forgiven by them. There's much more I could say, much more I could ramble on about, but those were the main points I wanted to bring out. And I wanted to stand here by the smushum that we have. And it's the same way we do it in our fasting ceremonies. Everyone sits in a circle. The person who speaks comes to be seen by all and heard by all. So with that, Sage has said he wants just a 5-minute speech, so that's why I went first. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, but please listen to the teaching I gave you. Listen to the teaching my Nokom always talks about. And consider the idea of that resolution. You are the leaders. We follow you. Man works for you. And they support you. Sage, Ashtam.
I have my speech written on my phone here. I have a bad memory. Wache, I just want to start off by saying miigwech for giving us the time to speak. My name is Sage Ayatel, and I come from Attawapiskat First Nation. I'm the direct descendant of Jacob Ayatel, who signed the treaty back in 1905. I was one of the walkers from the group Mamu Inanuak Wibasigostamak, who walked from Timmins to Queen's Park, Toronto. I walked for the spirit and intent of treaty and for the future generations. And on this walk, I carried the Treaty 9 flag. I don't have it here to show you, but I'm sure you can find a picture of it on our Facebook group. But on this flag, there are symbols that represent the treaty phrases. We are going to use our natural laws that we are born with for as long as the sun shines. We are going to use our waters for as long as the waters flow. We are going to use our land for as long as the grass grows. And lastly, we are going to use the air for as long as the winds blow. Bill 5 and Bill C5 go against treaty, and there needs to be a better way forward. So with that, I'll say thank you for letting me speak. Miigwech.
At this time, we'll ask our drum to pay tribute to Tristan and Sage. Miigwech Kinuanawa, on behalf of all our citizens and all our chiefs from the Nan Territory, we acknowledge Tristan and Sage. The walk that you did through Toronto was, you walked on behalf of all of us. And I am sure that your message will continue to resonate, not just amongst the Nan communities, but across the province and across the country. So miigwech for being here with us. At this time, we'll turn it over to our drum to honor these two warriors.
Thank you. So I just want to personally acknowledge the walkers as well for as a youth, this thing is gonna be something that we're gonna be fighting for a long time, and I thank you for doing that. And we all know that the fight's not over against Bill 5 and Bill C5, but I also want to thank the Grand Chief for requesting the honor song. With that, we're gonna move on to our treaty discussions that were pushed till today, mostly about the resolutions. Yeah, you can do the first one.
Miigwech to our colleague, our youth chair, Isaiah, for leading that discussion and that presentation. So as Isaiah indicated, next we're going to continue with the treaty discussion from yesterday. We've had the discussion. There are two resolutions to be brought forward. So I'm going to help my colleague with the first one. We'll go through the first resolution, and then I'm going to hand it over to Isaiah for the second one. So again, we had a really good discussion, lots of dialogue yesterday, and we do have the two resolutions. So you have the resolutions that were handed out. You do have copies, but I'm going to get the resolutions team to put up the first one, and that's resolution 2527, I believe, if I'm following the order. So the first resolution is 2527. It's called Approval of Treaty Vision, Terms of Reference for Chiefs Committee on Treaty, and Notice to Legal Profession on Class Actions. So again, it's resolution 2527. You all have a copy, so I will not read the entire resolution. I'll go right to the operative section. So it reads at the bottom of page 1, it reads, therefore be it resolved that Nan Chiefs and Assembly ratify the following documents designed to implement a strategic approach to high-impact treaty litigation. 1, vision for treaty number 9 and number 5, and consensus positions to achieve the vision. Number 2, terms of reference for the Chiefs Committee on Treaty Process, including a case assessment form for treaty litigation. And 3, notice to the legal profession on class actions and other cases based on the vision. Further, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly mandate immediate implementation of the steps called for by the ratified documents. Finally, be it resolved that in accordance with Resolution 2515, Chiefs and Assembly recommend that the CCT convene for the first time by September 1st, 2025, or as soon as reasonably possible thereafter. Dated at Moose Cree First Nation this 12th day of August, 2025. And on the version I have, we don't have a mover yet or a seconder. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder. Also, just to let you know, we did a count this morning. We do have quorum, so we are able to pass resolutions and make decisions at this time. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder. And I know one of the chiefs that was heavily involved in the discussion yesterday is having a discussion in the back with one of the walkers who just made the presentation. So I'm not sure if he was planning on moving or seconding the resolution. Maybe somebody can give him a nudge if that's the case. Otherwise, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Once we have a mover and a seconder, then we can open it up for discussion. Having said that, Chief Loon, you'll move? Yeah, for the record, go ahead.
Chief Merlin, Mishkia First Nation.
Miigwech, so we have a mover, Chief Loon. Looking for a seconder. I am looking for a seconder. Go ahead, Frank, for the record.
Frank McKay, proxy for State Falls First Nation.
Miigwech. So we got that. We got the mover and seconder. So it's open for discussion. Normally I'd go to the mover first. Ishmin Wikanodaman, if you want to speak to it. Chief Loon. Frank, you got to turn your microphone off. Eh? We can hear you breathing in the background.
Thank you, Chief Loon Michio. Before I speak to the resolution, I'd like to
Chief Loon, sorry. I'm not sure if it's me, but I can't hear. Can you hear in the back?
hello. Good. Are we good? Yep. All right. It's closer. Before I speak to the resolution, I'd like to make a couple comments. First and foremost, every morning I get up and give thanks to the Creator, God, for the gift of life, gift of breath. Every morning I extend my prayers to acknowledge my family, my community, my nation. I also like to extend my prayers to our meetings, our sessions, our gatherings. I like to always pray for everybody that sits in our circle, and my prayers go out to their families, their nations, their communities. Also, I prayed yesterday after our session, asking for forgiveness from God, Creator, because I asked for to be humbled. And this morning, I got up thinking about how God, Creator, is going to answer my prayer. This morning, I was humbled by the youth sharing what it is they're doing to represent our nation. And for that, I say to Miigwech for sharing to our youth. I'd like to take an opportunity to go and speak with that youth that just spoke in after I speak to this resolution. And I also like to extend my apologies. When I spoke yesterday, I was selfish and ignorant, and for that I apologize. And I don't have an excuse for it, even though I know in my mind I do, but I won't go there. I didn't acknowledge the territory that we're in, and I say my apologies to the Chief, Moose Creek First Nation. Thank you for allowing us to be here in your territory to have this gathering and this meeting to discuss these very important topics that affect our nation. I didn't acknowledge our elders, our youth, my colleagues, delegates, and for that I apologize. And I didn't acknowledge the sacred items, our Eagle staffs. And I share this because I am humbled by all this, because the Creator works in ways that sometimes we don't understand. But sometimes we're humbled by the teachings that we received, and they're there for a reason. They're there for a purpose. I'm also humbled this morning because I didn't really understand why. When I was coming to these meetings, a lot of times I drive from Keewaywin First Nation to Thunder Bay and then make those flights that are arranged for us to attend these gatherings, these meetings that we represent our nations. On my travels from Nishnawbe to Thunder Bay, we had a member who sadly lost his life on this highway that I travel frequently. And I really wanted to know whereabouts this accident occurred to pay my respects in a sense to lay my tobacco down.
Yeah, sorry, Chief Loon. They have the volume turned up all the way, but we
Yep.
still can't hear, so as close as you can. Yeah, you're good.
That better? Okay. So on my travel to Thunder Bay, I come across this dark black wolf that crossed my path. My first impression of the black wolf was he's a lone wolf. It's a wolf that may have fulfilled his purpose as a symbol of unity, because he was a lone wolf and it looked very old and very skinny. And to me, right away, I knew that he has done his job as far as being in unity in his role as a wolf. And today, when I speak to this resolution, the message of unity needs to be sent. And that's partly why I made the comments I did yesterday, is that unity, how that looks as a nation, we have to send that strong message. And I'm very, very strong in that way of thinking. That's the message I get from our people. So that's why I moved this resolution. It's a symbol of unity. And the statements that follow afterwards, respectively, from our nations, obviously will come. But for this resolution, and the reason why I support this resolution is that to me, it's a simple statement of unity. Because we have to be united in this approach that we have against the government. Not only are they going after our identity through the second generation cutoff, not only are they going after our spirituality, which they have with all the residential schools and trying to assimilate us, not only have they come after us with our lands and now with Bill 5. These are all these areas that they're coming after us, and we have to stand united. We have to. And how this is going to capture our unity is obviously up to debate, and this is why we had those discussions yesterday. But in the end, we have to be united. We have to stand with our youth. We have to stand as a nation. We have to take direction from our elders and learn from our past, because throughout history, we've always had to stand firm to try and fight for who we are as Indigenous people and First Nations on this land. And with that, I say miigwech for giving me the opportunity to speak on this resolution. And again, I am humbled today. Miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Loon. Proxy Frank McKay.
Good morning, delegates, chiefs, elders, and guests, and staff that are working hard to make this conference a success. I also want to apologize for yesterday, making acknowledgements. First of all, I usually do is to acknowledge the Creator for another beautiful day, for the life that we will enjoy today. And for all to be thankful for all the gifts that He has given us, and also all His creations from which we depend on our survival and life. And I also want to acknowledge the Chief and Council, Chief Peter Wesley, and his community for hosting us and making us all feel welcome in their communities. I want to acknowledge that and say thank you to the staff that's involved. And I also want to take the boat taxis and the taxis that gets us here safely every day to this meeting space. And to the community of Cree First Nation. I also want to mention, the forefathers, our ancestors, and the elders that had a vision that they want to establish a strong voice for our northern communities, our northern community First Nations. We had nothing. We were dependent on our own to survive every year, every day. But we had the chiefs at that time and the elders founded an organization that would provide us with a strong voice and advocacy, to advocate for the treaty and Aboriginal rights that were promised to us by the settler governments. And I want to acknowledge the late Andrew Rickert, who was from this community, that started this movement, for the recognition of our rights. And I also want to acknowledge late Stan Ludet, the Deputy Grand Chief, that was a strong leader that followed in also provided a strong advocacy for our First Nations. And I want to thank the community for that, that they have the leadership, they have the people capacity to be able to lead our people in the direction that our elders had a visions, what their vision was at that time. And we see the fruits of their vision today. So I wanted to acknowledge all those people in the community and the leaders and our past leaders for the efforts that they made to where we are today. In the resolution, as I seconded, I know that we have that is our main vision that we had, our elders had, was to protect our treaty and our Aboriginal rights, and to ensure that the governments fulfill the promises that were made in that treaty. And today we still continue to struggle, to get that promises fulfilled by the governments. We face a lot of challenges that the governments wants to take our livelihood, our languages, our spirit, and to become one another. And it's not happening because we know this is what the Creator has given us, a way of life, languages, lands, and resources for which we to survive. And we need to continue to protect us, to protect what is given to us. And we face these challenges where these things are trying to be eliminated from us. So we need to continue on the path of being united in whatever way we can, to continue the survival of our people and their lands and resources. So this resolution hopefully will be supported by our first chiefs today to make sure that we have a path forward where we work together and are united to do that, and to examine every options and pathways that we can take, to make sure that the promises that were made to us is fulfilled. Thank you.
Miigwech, Frank. So the resolution is before you. We had a really good discussion yesterday, lengthy discussion, a lot of good feedback, a lot of input, and it's time to make a decision. So the resolution is before you. I'm going to look around though. I don't want to rush it, but we do want to get to a decision to be made. I don't see any hands raised online. Don't see any hands raised here. Oh, yeah, I do see two hands. So, but we would like to get to a decision to be made. So Chief Wesley and then Chief Wabas. Chief Wesley, a reminder, if you can speak really close. Migoch.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Again, I just want to thank the speakers this morning, and I thank everybody for being here again today. And I hope you had a good night's rest. It was quite the day yesterday. It was really hot. And now today is cool. So, but anyway, I just wanted to reiterate my concerns that I brought forth yesterday with this resolution. I know it talks about the terms of references where Moose Cree has an issue. We feel that it gives a voice to a First Nation that we feel doesn't have treaty rights in Ontario. And with that, we can't support this resolution. We do support the resolution in principle. We agree that we need to be united in moving forward on treaty, but as it's written, we can't support it at this time. Very much.
Migoch, Chief Wesley. So it is obvious we don't have consensus, but we will go to a vote. That is your process. And either if you have a recommendation for a change, or whether you have your opposition or you support the resolution. But I do see another hand raised, so we'll start with Chief Wabas.
Thank you. Hello. Wache. Bonjour. I just want to comment on the resolution and its intent. I think we have these group of First Nations pursuing litigation on treaty arguments, and they're filing these. And what we've been saying is that maybe we need to have a better coordination. And I support this resolution. I just want to say to my colleagues and chiefs here, I think we got to work together. We have to find a way to work together. Although sometimes we don't agree what the words are saying in the resolution or in a document, the spirit of intent is to work together, and that's what I believe in. I think we have to start somewhere. Start what we have. Okay, let's start what we have. We have NAN, and they're the staff that can help us with things. We just need to mandate them and give them the resolutions, and make that happen. So the first step in our treaty effort is to kind of work together and kind of coordinate and on our legal litigation on treaty arguments. Maybe that's the first step. Like it has to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere, and that's what I wanted to kind of encourage my my colleagues and my fellow chiefs. We have to start somewhere. I think that's it's what we have right now, and that's what we can do right now. We have NAN as our technical and mandate them to help us on certain things, facilitate, coordinate, get things organized. Okay, amigos, thank you.
Migoch, Chief Wabas. So I see three hands that are raised. So I'm going to start. I think it was Mike Morse. Did you have your hand raised? And then Chief Sunny, and then Chief Marshall. So three. Was there anybody else? I want to get a sense, and then we're going to call for question. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Anybody else that wants to speak? Okay, so four. So we'll have 4 speakers and then we'll go towards making a decision on Genyekadi. Proxy Mike Morse, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, good morning. Good morning, Tana. It's a brand new day. Let's see what we can do for our people today. I don't know about the rest of you, but for me, I have 4 women. I have 4 women that I go to and when I need advice, and that's what I did last night. We listened to the young man today, and I don't know how we're going to capture what he was talking about. We as elected chiefs and councillors are one part of the equation. There's another group back home that are the headmen of our families. I don't know how they get involved in what we're trying to do here, what needs to be done here. The other thing I want to bring out is I only talk about Treaty 9, and even then, I only talk about the 1929 Treaty Adhesion, Treaty 9 Adhesion. That's all I know. And that family that I have is the Inuit part of Treaty 9 area. We're in the Muskego territory right now, and my friend here beside me is the Ojibwe part. So there's at least three different nations that are part of Treaty 9 area. And we have to respect each other. The Muskego are different. I don't understand their language, so they're very different. I am different too. I have my own language. I have my own way of doing things. When you talk about a renewed nation-to-nation relationship, just that one word, renewed. Where do you want to take it? What's wrong with the one that you have now? It is right that Canada is not living up to its part of Treaty 9, but the relationship is there. The nation-to-nation relationship is there. And if I am going to say to you that Treaty 9 is sacred, then that nation-to-nation relationship that made that Treaty 9, it must remain the same. I can't renew it. Same time, I can't renew Treaty 9. I can't renegotiate Treaty 9. Treaty 9 is sacred. The nations that signed that Treaty 9, they remain as they are. There is no renewed relationship that I can see that needs to be done. I cannot alter Treaty 9, that's for sure. My grandfather signed it, and I'm not going to go against my grandfather. But to get down to the practicality of things, I remember in the 1990s that at Casablanca we did a self-government process, and we got our people to get involved. A lot of people were involved. I have my head counselor here. When we called for a community meeting, we were lucky to get 10 people at that meeting right now. But if we get something going, and turn that around, where our people want to get involved, in this case about what we do about Treaty 9, if we get our people involved, and it takes a lot of hard work, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money to get people involved. And then when I get to this stage, this Chiefs Committee on Treaties is going to tell me, hold on here. Where you've been going with your people might be wrong. It's not something that we can support. I don't think I would be able to even appreciate that kind of intervention from a group like that after we have had our people come with us this far on any journey that we want to take in relation to Treaty 9. That's where I have the problem. You know, the practical aspects of it. If we ever manage to wake up our people to talk about Treaty 9 and we do the work, I don't expect anybody from Treaty 9 to come along and say to us, no, you cannot do this. You're doing this wrong. Who are you to tell us what to do? Who are you to tell us what we're doing is wrong? If our people understand that what you're doing is right and they want to do it, that's it for us. That's where we go. This thing to me says some outside group could come along and tell us otherwise. And when you're trying to develop a people to move into action, this is not the way to do it. And with that, I will be abstaining from this resolution. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, proxy Mike Morris. Sunny Batiste.
Chief Sonny Batiste from Attachment First Nation. You know, there's so many questions to be asked about this resolution, and you know, I do agree with the last speaker on what he was saying, because you know, I think we have to bring this back to our community and ask for their opinion on this, because it's going to affect each and every one of us on our community. And you know, another big thing is what I'm concerned about is the financial costs. Where is this funding going to be coming from? Is it going to be coming from each First Nations to continue on, you know, with this litigation, because it's going to be expensive and long term. And you know, the decisions that we make here today on it, it's going to reflect us as leaders in our own community. Is it a wrong one or is it a right one? And I do understand we've got to be united across the territory, but also too, you know, I was chatting with another chief yesterday about it. You know, we should be, as he suggested too, as more of an economic front as well in asserting our rights. You know, it's if we're going to do something, we might as well try to take full control of everything. You know, it's all a part of our assertions and our treaty rights. I mean, look at all the, you know, construction, pipelines, everything that's going through our territories. And what are we benefiting? I mean, it's the government. You know, that was a discussion that I had with Chief Allen yesterday, a bit about it. And you know, he was right about that too. So I think this resolution should be more broad. It's my own opinion, but and I also feel that I would have to bring this back to my community to discuss that, because it's going to affect the communities that we have. And I will probably have to abstain as well and on this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Marshal Beardy.
Hello, good morning. Miłocie gojna umaga grzebajak, mało zmunkę grzebaja. Łeb gnoj kyd. Łegajan mózgadek treaty. Łeszkać ancznegagium sumia ban, ugił na ton łegeży pomógł. I naznajgade treaty hiwa judgebam yakima healthcare skonoen egos kaknabgogegonen egos wenogum ean musgadek treaty konte buen dawi en the zin hiwa tagay jikdian hiwa ewabdaman I'm trying to say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I also understand that I'm put in a position where I advocate for the future youth of my community. And I'm also thinking, do I move forward or act on this, the subject matter in hopes that the youth don't have to do it themselves in the future? So I'm a little bit in conflict here. I've always envisioned everything I do that I'm preparing everything for my youth, for the future generations. That way they don't have to do it themselves. Instead, I've put in front of them a step for them to progress and move forward in future negotiations with the treaty. All I know is that the 1929 treaty that we signed into as a nation was and is still working for our First Nation communities. However, there's some things that I recognize that's not working. I recognize that they're breaking their word in regards with healthcare, education issues, and miscellaneous subject matter in regards to our territories. Is this treaty that we're trying to ratify, trying to pass, is that going to work for our generation, Gaykit? I mean, that's the question I'm asking. What's the vision here? Like, who's going to answer that for me? You know? Like when I say I'm in conflict here, like, tell me, you know? Me, watch you, Migoch.
Miigwech. Next, I'll call upon proxy Michael Slipperjack.
Ajay, bonjour. Good morning. Good morning, Chief. Most Cree, delegates and Chief company and everybody else that's here, and all the chiefs and representatives, all the communities. Well, last night after we left here, I was pretty drained out emotionally. I was just thinking about my nieces. That was my niece's father that passed away from Amatung. So I was kind of had mixed emotions, and also I was super hot and dehydrated. Mm, That's how I felt yesterday. And like what I said yesterday, the treaty is our trump card for every treaty that has 1 to 11. Everybody has a trump card that we should not give up. I believe that. But you know, everybody here must witness or felt the frustrations to talking with Ontario, Canada, and we get the same results. And when I was speaking with Archie, and I thought about his resolution here, you know, for keep it the same, but approach the crown instead. Because we're just going in circles or doing the same thing with Ontario and Canada. You know, I'm not asking to change the treaty or anything. I'm just because it's the crown that we need to deal with. We had an opportunity when King Charles was here a few months ago. And since I have a clearer mind today, and it's nice and cool today. And I know there's a lot of work yet that needs to be done with this. And I also need to also inform my community and the council, our leadership, and what direction we need to go, or we're still in that stage where are we united or are we just talking about it? I'm pretty sure we all go to the same place, out in the land. Even the community, it's part of the land too. Even though they call it a reserve or a camp. So I kind of expected that there would be no agreement or people will step aside because of their worries. I find myself in between the past and the future. That's where I stand. Like our future leaders are coming up and our past few are starting to go. When I look around the table or anywhere I look or my eyes could see, I see that because I'm only 45 years old. I'm going to be 50 in 5 years. I got the best of both worlds, the past and the future. Someday I'll enter the Kichia stage of my life. So right now myself too, I don't see that unity, even the one this young man was talking about earlier. Maybe it's just that fear that we learned that was put in our heads with our ancestors through residential school and all that. Now, how are we gonna move on or take the next step with each other if we can't hold hands to get this, to put your info, I'm trying to put my info there. This is not to negotiate or change the treaty. There's a lot of work that needs to be done yet, or more information. So that's what I was thinking about. And I know somebody, I'm not gonna say who gave me the answer yesterday about Mike's question. A bird came see me. The blue jay, a blue jay. I'll say a blue jay came. Told me the answer is water. So, and I know I was looking at the treaty of 1871 to 1905. What the difference between those two? One is for settlers, for like when they build, settle, and one is for development. And that's the 1905, but from Southern Ontario and so up, you could see that development coming up. And I told her about the 1932 treaty. That's where that Blue Jay told me about it. And okay, it made sense. Because today we're facing that water. Because when we all flew up here, everybody witnessed it, where all the rivers are dry and everybody's bays are pretty much dry. And the rivers are dry. Just enough just to keep it flowing a little bit. So now maybe 5, 10, 20 years from now, development will come. So this needs to be pushed by us so we could stop messing around with Ontario and Canada and giving us the runaround in arguments or frustrations that we always talk about. We need to get to the main point of it, to the crown, where where's our stuff? These two, Canada and Ontario, are just messing around with us, getting us frustrated and angry and divided and everything that we always talk about. So I kind of expected this wouldn't be supported right now. So at the moment, I still need to go back to my people too, and my fellow leadership, my colleagues, community. And it's hard to say when everybody has their own direction, even though we take care of the same patch of land. So you guys for listening to me, and hopefully I made sense to you guys a little bit. You guys.
Miguch, thank you. So we are going to start wrapping up the discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Grand Chief Ajni Beniskam. Also, there was a question, and so I'm going to look to Amy for a response to the question. And then I have some thoughts sort of to wrap up what I'm hearing, and then how we move forward on making a decision. So Deputy Grand Chief.
Miigwech. First of all, I want to thank the community leadership of Moose Cree for hosting us and taking care of us this week. Miigwech. I've been listening to the comments, powerful statements, the words from many of you who represent your communities, and also to our young people who are here to speak for their peers. And my thoughts are, when our grandfathers, when they signed this treaty, they had the best intentions. And that was to ensure that we maintain that role of being the stewards of the land. And we can't deny that within the Canadian Supreme Court system, that there has been litigations that have taken place that have benefited us. But there's also been many cases that have impacted us in a negative way. The resolution that is before you is to, have a process and a strategy in place to be informed and to provide some input and to consult on these litigations that might impact us, because it will impact us. We know that. And, we need to protect the treaty and what it represents. And I believe that this is a process that will do that. And because our children are watching us, and we heard the words from one of our young people this morning, that our young people are asking themselves, what are they doing? And we have a responsibility to protect their treaty rights, and any rights that might continue to be enhanced as that original agreement. Because right now, the federal government is out there strategizing on how they can weaken our treaty rights. And part of what they're doing with the Métis peoples of Ontario, that's one of their mechanisms, that's one of their tools to weaken our rights. We need to strengthen our strategy. We need to unite. We heard that word many times here. We need to unite and be one voice, and at the same time respecting each of our values and differences that we have in our communities, and ensuring that we have a process to respect that as well. But our people need to be informed, they need to be aware, and we as leadership, we need to be aware of all the litigations that may impact us, because it does. So I just wanted to make those comments, Ugumakanak and proxies. I encourage you all to ensure that we strengthen our strategy. And I believe that this particular resolution that is shared before you is one of those processes that will do that. Wache Miigwech.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. I'm going to get, before I go to Chief Wesley, I'll get Amy to respond to one of the earlier questions, and then I'll go back to Chief Peter Wesley, and then Grand Chief Fiddler. Amy.
Thank you, and good morning. And I just want to reassure Chief Beardy and all of the other chiefs in the room on the point that he raised, that nothing in this resolution is intended to give a mandate to renegotiate the treaty. There was a discussion at the end of the day yesterday about a treaty statement, which had some of those ideas in it, and this resolution is not about that discussion. That statement will be a ongoing discussion and perhaps brought back at some other time. This resolution is really only about the earlier discussion that we'd had about the strategic approach to litigation and creating a committee that would have a mandate to hear from legal teams about the positions that they're taking in court and to make sure that the positions that they're taking in court align with the vision and the consensus positions that the elders and the leadership in the past have taken in public forums and then said, this is our understanding of the treaty. So just to make sure really that the lawyers have the benefit of that information and are taking instruction taking positions that align with those positions. And I firmly believe that although certainly nothing in this committee could never have the power to tell a First Nation to direct them to instruct their lawyers one way or the other, and they would not have control over the lawyers. However, the lawyers would benefit, in my view, always from hearing the perspective of the other treaty nations. They'll always benefit from having understanding and support from the other treaty nations. Because their strongest legal positions are always going to be ones that have consensus, always. So I really, I just want to clarify that point, that this is not about the idea of renegotiating. It's just this narrow question of making sure that the litigation supports your unified positions on the treaty based on what's been said before.
Miigwech, before I go to Chief Wesley, and again, it's not really my role. I'm not presenting this, but I'm going to summarize everything that I'm hearing before we make a decision. But one of the things, again, I'm hearing, and I'm just going to repeat what Amy just said. And this is what I've been hearing in the Assembly. If you are, for example, if you are a Treaty 9 adhesion First Nation, if one of the Treaty 9 adhesion First Nations takes the treaty to court, even if you were not part of that court case, whatever the decision is will affect you as well. If that First Nation wins the case or loses the case, even if you were not part of that case, if you are part of that treaty area, you are directly affected. So what I'm hearing in the discussion is sometimes a First Nation will take the treaty to court, not realizing there's an implication to other First Nations in the same treaty area. And what I'm hearing is before any lawyers start taking the treaty to court, they have to consult or talk with the other communities. And that's what this idea is, of having a committee of chiefs to oversee other nations, because whatever happens there is going to affect you. I'm just saying it in different words, and that's part of me summarizing what I've just heard. Chief Peter Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. I guess along those lines about actions being taken at a table have the ability to impact things that are happening at another table, and that's where the concern lies with Moose Cree. Because as I said yesterday, there is a lawsuit which involves Grand Council of Crees, Moose Cree, and even Nan has intervener status at that table. And the way I see this is that it has the potential to give Mo Quebec a voice at a treaty table, and that's a real concern for us. And that further solidifies the case that's ongoing right now. It's in the court process, and whether it's inadvertently or deliberately, I believe it's more an act of good faith in trying to move and trying to come together as Ontario First Nations with treaty status to come together. I think that's where the intent lies, and I'm okay with that. But that's the concern that we have, and maybe at this time, maybe we could introduce I don't know if it's too late, maybe add a friendly amendment with the membership of the committee, where Mo Quebec be excluded from having a seat and a vote at that table. That way, that doesn't impact the ongoing court case that's before Moose Cree and Grand Council of Crees and has NAN as intervener status as well. I would ask for a friendly amendment that multi-rec be included. I know they're listed under independent bands. Perhaps maybe an amendment that they be excluded from having a vote on at a treaty table. Thank you.
Miigwech, chiefs, for your comments and your feedback. We are not asking for a mandate to renegotiate treaty number 9, the original treaty number 9, or the Artesian treaty number 9, or treaty 5. We are asking for your support to organize ourselves, to strengthen our position to the several treaty-related cases that are in the system right now. Chief Peter Wesley referenced one of them, the Quebec Cree lawsuit against treaty number 9. That is still in the system. Or the cumulative impacts case, or the co-jurisdiction case related to treaty number 9, or the treaty annuity cases. How many of you chiefs at this table, or those on video watching, know about what is happening with the Nishnawbe Cree treaty annuity case? You probably don't have a lot of information right now. We, as an executive, we don't know either. And yet, that is our mandate. As Nishnawbe Aski Nation, when this organization was created over 50 years ago, to uphold the treaty, to defend the treaty. And we respect the sacredness of that agreement. And I agree with Chief Mike Morris. It's untouchable. We cannot renegotiate. But our responsibility is to ensure that the terms and conditions and what our elders have always told us, the spirit of that agreement is honored and respected by all the parties. And the reality right now is that there are a lot of fights happening in various court systems across the region, across the country, related directly to our treaty. And right now, we don't have a process or a mechanism to even organize ourselves to inform you what is happening in these different cases that are before the courts right now. And these are important because whatever decisions are made in these cases will impact all of us, not just right now or today, but it will impact future generations as well. And that is why it's so important that we organize ourselves so that we can talk to each other. You know, there's a group of 4 people, 4 communities here starting a lawsuit. There's a group here starting a lawsuit on some other issue related to the treaty, but nobody's talking to each other. And the lawyers are running around, and you see them in some of our assemblies huddling in a corner or trying to corner you so that you can maybe join their case. But in terms of Treaty 9 and Treaty 5 as a collective, we don't really know what that means for us. We don't know what that means for our children. And so that is why we are asking you, chiefs, to help us get organized so that we can be more effective in the work that we are expected to do, so that we can meet the mandate that was given to us, that was given to this organization many years ago, to uphold the treaty, to defend the rights under the treaty, to protect the spirit and the intent of that sacred agreement. That is what we're asking you, chiefs. Because we cannot keep operating the way we've been operating for the last year, or the last 2 years with respect to these cases. We try to get information so that we can give it to you. Or sometimes we get criticized, by a community when they're fighting in a court and they say, where is Nan? How come Nan is not involved in this case? Well, we don't have a mandate. Or you tell us we have no business being involved in some of those cases, which is true. But our responsibility is to ensure that the treaty is protected at all times, that we inform you as the Nan leadership what is happening in all these cases. Because as of right now, I can speculate. I can try to call up the different legal counsels that are involved in these cases. They may or may not give me the information. They're not obligated to. And yet, all these cases impact all of us. And that is why we're asking you today to pass this motion so that we can start to get organized. So that when we meet at our next assembly this fall, or even before that, we can give you a more fulsome account of what is happening. For example, I'm looking at Chief Peter Wesley. Their territory, the Quebec Crees are claiming a good chunk of the Nan territory, probably 140,000 square kilometers, which is significant. But right now, we don't know what to do to defend ourselves, to defend our territory. And it's so important, as I've said before, that we organize ourselves, we organize a team, and to ensure that team has access to technical supports, legal supports, political supports, so that they can begin this work. And I hope, chiefs, that you can support this. Because we cannot just keep moving forward disorganized, disconnected from what is actually happening. So I would ask those of you sitting in this table and those of you that are joining us by video to support this. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief, for those comments. So at this point, I'd like to summarize what I'm hearing, but there was one request for an amendment, friendly amendment from Chief Wesley. And one of the things that our job as chair is to find consensus or general agreement and try and work things out so that we can find that consensus. So I'm still trying to do that. Chief Wesley, can you just be very clear on the requested amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask you to follow along if you can. I'm going to ask the movers and seconders. I'm trying to explain what I'm asking here. I'm asking for an amendment, and if you go to your annual report in the second page, It tells you, it lists who the members of Nishnawbe Aski Nation are. And it's under independent bands. You see the listing of the bands there, and Mo Quebec is listed as one of them. Now, if you go to the Chiefs Committee terms of reference that was handed out, this is the thick document yesterday. And under number 2, membership and chairperson, it says there shall be a total of 9 voting members, and it lists A to H. And H has independent bands, which includes Mo Quebec. And if you go to the resolution, under the first, therefore be it resolved, we accept those terms of reference. So what I'm asking for, requesting amendment, is that under H independent bands, that Mo Quebec be excluded. That they do not have a seat or a vote at this treaty table, or a potential seat or potential vote at this table. Even though it's a committee, things start somewhere. And that's the amendment that I'm asking for. So the resolution would read, the terms of reference for the Chiefs Committee on Treaty Process, including a case assessment form for treaty litigation as amended. And the terms of reference would be H independent bands with the exception of Mo Quebec. That's what I'm asking for consideration from the mover and the seconder to help facilitate this resolution being passed. And that would alleviate Moose Cree's concerns. Migach, is that clear?
Migach, thank you. So it's clear to me. I just want to say it to make sure that everybody has an understanding and make sure that I have the right understanding. So basically what you're saying is it says we will follow the terms of reference for a Chiefs Committee. In the terms of reference, which is a separate document that this resolution refers to, it allows for a committee to be made up by several First Nations, including Mo Quebec. What you are asking for is that Mo Quebec be removed from the terms of reference, so therefore would not be included in this resolution. That's saying it in a different way, but I don't think you're actually specifically requesting that in the resolution we say excluding Mo Quebec. What you want is the terms of reference to be amended to exclude Mo Quebec. Okay. So I'm looking to the team. There's 2 parts to that. Number 1 is amend the terms of reference to exclude Mo Quebec. And if so, Chief Wesley is saying the amended terms of reference based on that exclusion. So instead of saying terms of reference, just say the amended terms of reference. Chief Wesley, is that correct? Does that do it? Okay. So I'm looking to the team, also legal, to see if that's doable. Amy and Mike. And if that's the case, does that make sense? Okay. So the change will be made up on the screen, and then I'm going to ask the mover and the seconder if they're okay with that. Chief Wesley, so if you have that change, are you comfortable supporting this resolution? If we have that change? Okay, I'm getting a nod. I know that there are other concerns that were raised, but I think there have been some questions that have been responded to with some responses. The hope is that that would alleviate some of those concerns. Otherwise, what I will do, so there's 2 steps here. Number 1 is we have to ask for the amendment. So right there, basically it says the amended terms of reference. Chief Wesley, are you okay with that? It's basically just adding the word amended. Amended terms of reference. That does it? Okay. Mover, are you okay with that? Yeah. Seconder, you're okay with it? Okay. So that's the first step. Chief Allen, go ahead.
Chief Allen, Council Lake, when we're excluding Moose Quebec, and then how come we're not adding the other 9 communities that are independent bands if we're only targeting 1? There's 9 independent bands that it says here.
So if someone needs to respond, I can respond, but it's not my place.
So the way the terms of reference are structured, the idea would be that the remaining independent First Nations would appoint one member to the committee. So each regional council would appoint one member to the committee, and then the group of remaining independent First Nations would appoint one member. So they don't need to be listed individually. It would just be the remaining 8.
I can add
Yeah.
to, and just further to that, Chief Allen, Mo Quebec is also party to that Quebec Cree lawsuit against Nan and Moose Cree. So they're in conflict, and it's something we've talked about before in previous meetings. You may recall that in some of the meetings they've had to excuse themselves from this table because of that conflict. And it's still very much an active case.
So before I go to Chief Batiste, Chief Allen, I just want to make sure that okay, I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with the answer though, or if it answers your question.
I'll just pass the mic to Sunny right now and then I'll just ask another question after he does.
Chief Batiste.
Yeah, since this was brought up, what do you do with bands that don't have status but yet they're recognized by NAN and by Ontario? I know this is going to be coming up at Ontario Assembly next month or the month after. I mean, do they still follow? Do they still fall under this category for bands that are not registered?
So I think we're delving into the bigger question, the membership of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. And again, it's not my place, and I don't know if Amy's the one to respond to this. It might have to be Mike, but it's a broader question in terms of the band status of the member First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. So just to be clear, this resolution does not delve into that. Chief Wesley talked about the list of First Nations, including independent bands. That doesn't affect, this resolution does not affect that. It only affects the terms of reference for the proposed committee, which allows for one independent band. And the request that Chief Wesley has made is that in that category, that Mo Quebec be excluded as one of the eligible independent bands. They would still be able to appoint another one of their independent bands. I think is so, but I'm going to give it to Mike to answer your question, to make sure that we got it right.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. And in terms of the committee, it's the representation is based through tribal councils. So some tribal councils have these unrecognized First Nations, some don't. So within each tribal council or in the independence, each one has to decide who their representative would be on the committee. And so that membership issue, so the unrecognized First Nations, or sometimes referred to as near bands, it's a much larger issue. And as of today, they are part of the membership of Nishnawbe Aski. So it's just a larger issue. And as you referred to, there's going to be some discussion of it at the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly in the fall, I believe. But that's just shows you how much it's a bigger issue, because that's also tied in with the OFNLP and the gaming revenue distributions. And the other thing I would say is that some of these unrecognized First Nations or near bands, several of them are actually quite close to getting recognition. Like Beaver House is a case like that. So they're all a little bit different, but in terms of how to sort that particular issue out and selecting people to the committee, I think that will be done through each tribal council and the independents. Thank you.
I'm looking to Chief Allen first. You're good? Okay, Chief Beardy.
Okay. I just want to say thank you for my question there that I asked there this morning in regards to the treaty here. My question's been answered, but also, like, and my next question is that, like, looking at this resolution, I was just wondering, where was it born from? Where did the idea came forward? Yeah, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Beardy, for your question. So I think it became clear over the wintertime and into the spring when we were having our assembly in Toronto that Nishnawbe Aski Nation needed to be more organized to be able to better support our communities when it came to addressing these several legal cases that are before the system right now. And we felt that it was important that we explore some options in terms of how we can do that, to create a forum for our leadership to share information and to coordinate information so that we can begin to strengthen our cases in these respective, whatever case it may be. Right now, we don't have a table like that. We don't have a forum where chiefs can come together to have that discussion or to share that information. Not just with themselves, but also with their technical teams, but also their lawyers. There's several legal counsels that are involved in these different cases. But right now, we don't have a forum where we can bring people together. And so that's why we felt it was important that we propose this approach, this resolution, to give to you for your consideration, so that if and when this resolution passes, we can convene this table so that we can begin to look at how we can better represent the interests of all our communities as a collective. And it's not to ensure that NAN leads this process, but we just felt that it's important that we at least create this forum where communities can come together to make this happen. So that's what the intent is. That's why this resolution was developed along with the terms of reference to reflect that. So miigwech.
So I was going to bring together everything that I'm hearing, but I think it's been reiterated already. So what I'm going to do is ask the mover and seconder, do you want to proceed with the vote? Yeah, okay. Seconder okay. So with that, I don't see any hands raised online. Nobody else in the room. I'm going to call for question. So the way I'm going to do it is first I'm going to ask for any opposition and then abstentions and then those in favor. So any opposition to the resolution before you? Any opposition? I'll do 3 calls the way I usually do it, just because I got to monitor online as well. Last call. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? So I see 3 abstentions. Do you want your abstention noted for the record? If so, I'll get you to turn your microphone on and they'll record. For the record, just go ahead, Mike.
Proxy, Mike Morris for Wagabone First Nation.
Thank you. Chief Allen.
Chief Allen, God's Lake.
Miigwech, Chief Batiste, just for the record.
Chief Batiste.
Thank you. So last call for abstentions online as well. None online. Thank you. Those in favor, raise your hand. Miigwech. Thank you. Okay, so with that, resolution is carried with the abstentions that are noted. So I'm going to turn it over to our youth colleague to do the next resolution, but I know the two sort of have been overlapping. Some of our discussion deals with the next resolution, so we'll be standing by to help him out, Isaiah.
Thank you. So we're going to look at the resolution 2528, ratification of notice to the Crown, assertion of governance, jurisdiction, and violation of the James Bay Treaty Number 9. We all have the resolution, so I'm going to read therefore and further be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly hereby adopt the notice to the Crown document as part of the constitutional fabric of the Nan First Nations, which already includes solemn documents such as the 1977 Declaration of Independence of Nationhood and Governance of the Nan of Northern Ontario, and the 1981 Thunder Bay Act, a manifesto of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Further be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly approve the letter to King Charles III for send out as soon as reasonably possible, including whatever related public relations and media measures the Nan Executive Council deems appropriate. Dated Moose Cree First Nation, the 13th day of August 2025. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Oh, sorry. Mover, can you just in the mic for the record?
Chief Archie Wabas, I move this resolution.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Anyone to second? Speaking to the mic for the record, thank you.
Proxy Bob Baxter.
Oh, thank you. Proxy Bob Baxter. And now I'm opening it up for discussion. The amending one? The other one, I think they did from yesterday. Oh. Sorry, open for discussion. Chief Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. There was I had put forward suggested rewording the first paragraph and the second paragraph yesterday. Was that done? On the letter itself?
Sorry, can you say again what you're asking for?
Yesterday, when we discussed the letter itself, I had suggested rewording the first and second paragraph. Was that completed?
If the technicians can bring up the statement from yesterday and see if it was. Yeah. Oh,
Do you have that on the on a computer? Maybe that could be shared on a computer, like on a screen.
So the thinking was, because all of your changes were noted, the things that you would want to see changed in the position paper and the submission. If this resolution was passed and the mandate given to go forward with the action plan, what we would do is circulate that position paper and the letter to be sent for comment before it was sent.
Yeah, as a mover, I concur. I think that's the way we should do it.
Yeah,
That's the first draft that we've talked about.
that's the draft, right?
First draft, and it could be modified to reflect.
That's right.
what the chiefs are saying here.
And we have also, because the package was circulated out about a week ago, it was circulated, some of the chiefs shared it with their legal advisors. So we, like, there was comments that came in during the day yesterday, for example. So the notion would be that this would be circulated to the chiefs for review before it would be sent out in a final form, so that there'd be an opportunity to comment.
Is that okay, Chief Peter?
Okay, so there'll be a final version coming at some point?
Yeah, there'll be a final version circulated.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure, because Luke is telling me that perhaps you were referring instead to the treaty statement that was discussed late yesterday. Is that right? Or are you talking about the position paper that we discussed?
I'm talking about this letter here to King Charles.
Okay, so that letter is not part of this resolution. That I can also just clarify. So
But it does, the resolution does speak to sending the letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
It says approve the letter.
Yeah, you're done.
Little miscommunication on that. So for the letter to King Charles, you're talking about the first two paragraphs to be amended. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Was that amended? That has been amended? But that.
We need to do that, we need to bring it up.
Yeah.
And make those amendments right now, because it was never finished yesterday. Yeah. We need to bring it up.
Can we ask the tech team to bring it up, and we're going to make those amendments right now? I think this is the one who wanted just the man taken out. Yeah. Right here. Right at the bottom of your pile. Is the tech team going to bring it up? So yeah, they're making the changes that were brought up yesterday by you, Chief Peter.
So the resolution that's recommended.
Yes. But he's talking about the letter.
Yeah, that will be changed for the reading.
Okay.
That clause will need.
Okay. With the clause C at the bottom there, the highlighted one, with that, it will be changed before going out to King Charles. And sorry, the amended, finally be it resolved that the notice of the crown to the crown and the letter to King Charles III are subject to modification and will be shared with the First Nations before finalization. Mover, seconder, it's good. Chief Wesley, is that good?
Sorry, my eyesight is going and I can't see that far. Getting old here.
Want me to read it again?
Sure. A little slower this time.
Finally, be it resolved that the notice to the crown and the letter to King Charles III are subject to modification and will be shared with the First Nations before finalization. That's good? Okay. Any other comments? Go ahead, proxy Mike.
We're a little confused here. What are you trying to do?
Pardon me, I couldn't hear you.
We're a little confused. What are you trying to do?
What are you trying to do? That's what he's asking.
So I'm going to help out our youth chair. The chairs are just trying to run the meeting along. You're talking about the resolution, I guess. So I won't look to the youth co-chair. I'll look to the team that have presented the resolution. I guess the question is, what's the purpose of the resolution? Is that what you're saying? Mike? You're asking what is the purpose of the resolution? Is that what you're asking?
What you have there. Can't read it.
With the amendment? We're just trying to understand what it is you're asking, proxy Mike.
Can't read it.
Oh, okay.
I think he's asking, you know, what's the purpose of the resolution and where's the letter? Or are we gonna get that letter after the fact that we pass this resolution? I think that's what he's asking. He's a little confused.
Okay.
Because we're passing something in the dark that's not in front of him.
Yes. So there's two parts. Proxy Mike, I guess you're asking what's the purpose of the resolution itself? And then secondly, what is the purpose of the change? So Chief Wesley wanted changes to this letter, the one that was handed out yesterday. Chief Wesley wants some changes. So the resolution now says that the letter will be changed and it'll be handed out to First Nations before it's sent out. But again, this is your meeting, this is your resolution, but that's the requested change that was asked. And that's the amendment that's in there.
That's the proper way to do things. We should have done that with the last thing too. Give it to our First Nations before it goes anywhere.
So, sorry? Yeah, we'll get the team to respond to that. Migach.
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding is that it goes back to the Chiefs in Assembly in February, where there was the complete focus was on treaty, and then there was a follow-up in May, Chiefs Assembly. And of course, that whole discussion with treaty, that led to the previous resolution about the committee and the court cases. But also, especially after the February Special Chiefs Assembly, there was a sense that because of there was this very deep discussion about treaty, that there should be some product from that discussion. So there was an effort to produce a draft declaration or treaty statement that would somehow encapsulate the discussions of the chiefs and make a declaration, a solemn declaration about what the chiefs said about treaty. So it went through various drafts, and there was, I believe it was discussed or at least mentioned in May. And so this is the current draft that is being presented to reflect those earlier discussions, like a statement or a declaration of what the treaty means from the chiefs. But, you know, obviously it's a best effort to summarize those discussions, but so that's the origin of it. It goes all the way back to February, where the feeling was, or the sense was, that it was necessary to try to summarize those discussions with a solemn declaration about what the treaty means to First Nations. And this is the result. So, and now with this amendment, it basically, obviously nothing's going to be released immediately. There would have to be some more work on the wording to get it right, and then it would have to be shared with First Nations before send out. Thank you.
I think just further to that, and we talked about this yesterday when we were talking about Bill 5 and Bill C5, and also about the treaty. When we say the Crown, you know, there's always a bit of a debate, discussion that happens. Well, is the province of Ontario the Crown? or even Canada? Is Canada the crown? Because our ancestors who signed these treaties, the original James Bay Treaty from 1905 and also the adhesion in 1929, 1930. I remember my dad always talked about Queen Victoria. To them, that was the crown. And so when we had this treaty discussion back in the spring, we talked about serving notice to the crown that what their agents are doing, Ontario and Canada, are unacceptable. That they are not living up to the spirit and the intent of these sacred agreements. And so we need to serve notice to the true crown. And we talked about developing a letter. And we also talked about how we should deliver this letter. We can't just put it in an envelope and drop it off at the post office and hope that it gets over there. We also need to plan how we should deliver this message. And so that will be part of the follow-up work that will be required to ensure that the direction that you're giving us to write this letter, to deliver this letter, actually meets that objective.
Does that answer your question, Proxy Mike? Any other comments or questions about the resolution? Good. I think we're ready for a vote, right? So I'll start off with, is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Is it online? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? All right, all those in favor for the resolution, put your hand up, please. Awesome, thank you. The resolution is carried. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Co-Chair Connie.
Let's give our youth co-chair a hand. He did a really good job. Way to go. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to call up Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty at Nisham and Ken Miller for the presentation on health transformation and the community engagement strategy. Just note that it is 11:30 and getting close to lunch, and we'll have brief presentations. Miigwech.
Miigwech. First of all, I want to thank the Grand Chief and the non-executive for assigning the health file to me. I'm very honored to carry that file, and I've been doing a lot of learning in the last few months since I've had the file. There's a lot to learn. Well, as you know, I have sat in many assemblies when we've had these discussions. And I personally have many times responded to our non-citizens when they faced some hardships when it comes to accessing healthcare. And I've never turned anyone away. Like, I've received calls at 9:30 at night saying their room wasn't booked. I've received calls from individuals saying that they hadn't received their travel warrants to get to a specialist in Toronto, and they're thousands of kilometers away. I visited some of the facilities where our people stay to access healthcare. I've advocated for more security. And so I've been involved in some ways since the time that you have put me in this position to serve as a deputy grand chief. And I'm very thankful that I'll get to work with the committee and the staff and our executive and you all on moving this very important file forward. And I'm very dedicated to ensuring that we do move it forward. So before I bring Ken on to do the presentation, we are aware that we're given 15 minutes to present to you, and we will ensure that we respect that time that we have been given. One of the things I wanted to share with you all is this T-shirt here. On the T-shirt, it reads International Overdose Awareness Day, August 31st. And there is a table back there where we ask that the chiefs and proxies and our advisors go and get a T-shirt. And that on August 31st, that you bring this awareness into your communities, into your families. Our people, we have lost many people to overdose deaths. And our numbers continue to rise. And in terms of crisis response and police response, the highest rates of incidents are represented by suicides and overdose deaths. We must work together to address this issue. And we will do that within our mental health strategy as part of our health transformation. A few months ago, I gathered a group of matriarchs in Thunder Bay. And it was through this group where we said we want to have a grassroots movement to raise awareness. These matriarchs are mothers who have lost loved ones to overdose deaths or chemical poisoning. And so on August 27th, there is going to be a walk in Thunder Bay that will be organized by these matriarchs. But I wanted to acknowledge the young woman who did this design. Her name is Shania Beach, and she is the daughter-in-law of Deputy Grand Chief Matadawabin and his wife Eva Matadawabin. And it was Eva who's part of our group of matriarchs who had connected me to her daughter-in-law Cheyenne, who designed this T-shirt. And I hope that you will take a T-shirt and wear it in memory of those people that we have lost. So I'm now going to hand the mic over to Ken Miller, who is our interim Director of Health Policy and Advocacy. Mingwich.
on page 57 in your chief's package is the health transformation information, page 57.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I would like to first acknowledge the drum and the singers. I want to say good morning and thank you for being here to all the chiefs and proxies and community members. I want to thank the elders and the youth for being here as well. I also want to acknowledge all the work that went into what we will be engaging on to this point. So that is a lot of time and knowledge that was provided by community members. It was also a lot of work done by my predecessors, Orville, Georgina, Monica, people before them as well. So I wanted to just say thank you to everyone that was a huge part of this project and this program and initiative long before myself. And just recognizing that I've been in this role for a little over a month in an acting role, trying to ensure that it's moving forward. So we'll be going over today a little bit of an overview. There's a roadmap. In this roadmap, I also want to acknowledge the work of Grand Chief Doug Kelly, who helped develop this roadmap and in outlining like what we need to consider as we move forward. So there's pieces where we'll be looking back. What are the resolutions? What are the mandates that brought us here today? We'll be looking forward. What do we actually need to engage on based on what we've learned already? We'll go over the engagement plan as it is now before we start actually taking the steps forward with meeting with communities. And then we'll be taking questions and answers. So on the right is just a quick little graphic that was pulled from the engagement plan. I know a lot of people can't really read what's on there, but on the left, we have the list of what the different points on the engagement plan are. So as I said, looking back and looking forward are really important parts of how we define how we will move forward. We have get ready to plan. So what do we actually want to talk about? Then we're going to bring it all together, finalize the plan, review and approve it within, and then start the work and then ensure that we're reflecting it back to communities because we want to make sure that what we heard is what was said before we finalize or move forward with anything. So step one, looking back. Looking back reaffirms that the engagement builds on previous work and resolutions. It recognizes the current health systems in failing First Nations, and it calls for transformation. And then getting ready to plan outlines engagement. It establishes communication goals, and it prepares tools such as PowerPoint, slide decks, videos, hopefully websites as well, so we can get some feedback loops and ensure that we're meeting or connecting with everyone that we need to. Just for time's sake, I don't know if people are okay with me going through, like just going past the resolutions. If people want, I can go through all the resolutions one by one, but I think people may be aware of what has been done in that area so far. So we'll go right to looking forward. So after knowing all the resolutions that have provided the mandates for us on where to go, what have we done this year? So this year, we held a health summit hosted with approximately 80 individuals. This was to go over some of the pieces around like the mental health work that's being provided, the standards of care that we're developing and such to help inform the way we go forward. Next steps, we will be planning and implementing territory-wide engagement sessions. So that's what we're here to talk about today. A part of this is the engagement on what governance models could look like. So in a new transformed system, what we need is a governance model that essentially sets out how the funding is then redirected from the federal government, cutting out different levels of hierarchy within the government system and providing it the power to the First Nations. Other areas that we need engagement on are the aging and community supports. So the continuum of care. How do we support elders in staying in community longer? And what are those stopgaps that are not allowing people to do that or forcing people to leave community in order to receive the care? The next piece is the charter implementation protocol, which is the second of the three-step system or process, where the first step was an MOU, which we know as the Charter of Relationships and Principle. And then lastly, the frameworks and standards that are being developed as essentially baseline of what should be provided for community members within First Nations. And then again, it's that report back. So what did we hear? What did we wanting to acknowledge what people were saying before finalizing or moving forward? So what is the engagement plan? What are we actually going to talk about? So again, it's the different pieces that I mentioned there, but a little bit more in depth. So the CIP, Charter Implementation Protocol, it essentially takes the place of an AIP, an Agreement in Principle. It was chosen to go with the charter language to reflect the fact that the MOU was named the Charter of Relationship and Principle. It asserts the sovereign right of Nan First Nation to govern health and wellness systems, and it outlines how to move forward into the next step, which is the negotiated framework agreement. And the negotiated framework agreement will be the legally binding piece where it takes the power from the governments and provides it to the communities, and what that actual new financial flow through system looks like. There's a mental health strategy. Starting with the frameworks and guiding documents, a lot of this was built off of the information that was provided in the mental health summit last year. And then again, reflected to some folks that were at the health summit this year and any community visits that we tried to make over the years. Those feed into what we know as the standards of care. So what do we want to ensure that First Nations are able to access within their communities as a baseline? And then those can be reflected to First Nations leaders where they can make the changes necessary based on what they need in their own areas. And lastly, training modules, tools, and resources. So these are what will actually support or potentially build capacity in communities to be able to meet the standards that we're hoping that will be implemented across the nation. Continuum of care. This is a diagram made by the Together Design Lab. They are a part of the Toronto Metropolitan University. They were contracted to look at what are the actual stopgaps in the aging continuum of care as we see it today. And identifying those gaps was essentially the first point of where we can say, how do we change those and how do we actually ensure that people can stay longer? And finally, the engagement plan. So we're looking to guide NAN's health transformation initiative in finalizing a framework for transforming health systems. We want it to be an entirely collaborative approach with all health partners and stakeholders. And we want to seek an informed and consensus-based decision. We want to ensure that everyone is on the same page before we move forward with anything. Not that we would be moving forward, but essentially before we look to share an outline that First Nations would move forward on. And it also prepares us for trilateral negotiations, like I said, for the framework agreement, which is estimated to take about 2 years. What are the key outcomes? So we want to be able to present drafts for advice and feedback. We want to air out doubts, questions, and concerns, and we want to build consensus. Like I said, we want everyone to be on the same page and be well informed before moving forward with anything, and make sure that what we're actually presenting in the end speaks to what the needs are. So where are we now? We've gone through some of the step 1 and step 2. Now we're at the finalizing the engagement plan, the budget, and funding. So we've secured the funding for 25-26 engagement. We have confirmed staffing and contract needs. And now we actually need to start confirming like when and where. which means we need to start reaching out to each community and essentially discussing what times works for everyone in terms of coming to community and having these engagements. What are the different streams that we want to take? So we are looking at continuing, well, we have to continue the committee, Chiefs Committee on Health Transformation as a leading group in terms of how this program moves forward. We are continuing the monthly health director meetings. We're engaging First Nations communities, tribal councils, urban Indigenous stakeholders, population-based feedback. We want to look to youth, elders, and women's gatherings, and we want to include health authorities and service providers. This comes from a specific resolution passed last year as well for the health authorities and service providers to ensure that all partners are included in the process. Some key events that we're looking to do these through, Keewaywin strategy launch. So that's this, where we wanted to say, hey, this is what we're planning. We hope that we can connect with all of you in the future to continue to plan the dates and times. The community visits, engagements in Thunder Bay and Timmins for the urban Indigenous outreach. We want to launch a website with whiteboard videos that take people through what the process is and just explains in more detail what it is. We want to have the partners in health gathering, which is where we'll look for the feedback from the service providers and health authorities. We want to continue the trilateral table between NAN, ISC, and MOH, and then look to continuing the United in Health First Nations and Tribal Council gathering or summits that happens yearly. Planning the plan. These are just some points of consideration. So integration with other priorities, engagement, timing, and scope. What staffing and capacity do we have? And then the steps. So these are the phases or the times that we're looking to do this in. So from August to September, we're looking to plan, launch the events and initial outreach. That's where we're at right now. Phase 2 is doing the local and regional engagements. 3 is the consolidation of feedback. And so hopefully we'll be doing this through the engagements that we're actually carrying out, leading up until the end of March. And then from March to May, we'll finalize and we will have a final report back. Keeping in mind, though, that as we do the engagements, we will be doing what we heard reports in order to ensure that people know what we've been hearing along the way. That's it. Which. Thank you.
So thank you, Kevin and Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty. So the floor is open for any questions on the presentation. The floor is open. Chief Merloon. We'll go Chief Merle, then we'll go to Ken. Did I say Kevin Miller? Oh my goodness, yeah, Ken Miller, sorry about that.
Chief Merlin, Michigan First Nation. I guess one question I want to bring up is the question on how this is going to look with SLIFNA, because I know SLIFNA is doing the same work, and Mishkigawamang sits on their Chiefs Committee. And one of the first questions I asked when I was to be a part of that committee is, where's NAN in this? Because it seemed to me that we're at different stages with how we're going to approach health transformation, and there's a disconnect. And I sent a strong message as a committee member at SLIFNA that we need to get on the same page, because it seems to me that we're at different stages of where we want to proceed with health transformation. As we all know, that this is very important to our people and everything that happens with our people. And it seemed to me well, it was obvious that we're all at different areas of what health transformation is in our nation. So I want to bring that up in this forum. I think not just myself personally, but other chiefs in the committee, if not within our nation, that we need to be on the same page. So how is that going to look moving forward? Because this is very important to our nation. Thank you.
You can reply to the technical part, but Mingwech, Ugamakanlon, that was one of our observations when we when I took over this file, and as Ken supported that, and as well as the executive, that we need to strengthen those relationships to ensure that we are collaborating with those existing health authorities. And that is part of our work plan to do that. And we are have had some discussions with SLIFNA, and we are going to be meeting with them and also attend their AGA this coming fall. So that is highlighted, and that is something that we are going to be working on. Mingwech.
Okay, thank you, Deputy, for that clarification. So the floor is still open for any questions regarding the health transformation. Did you want to continue? Ken Miller.
Thank you for that. It is a great point. And so we have just had discussions with Sonia and Jennifer over the last couple of weeks to ensure that we're trying to move forward exactly how you said, in a more coordinated effort.
Okay, so we're gonna go with Chief Sunny, then Chief Wesley, and then Matthew.
Yeah, I guess I got a couple of questions. First of all, who do you take directives from, on this committee? Do you follow from what the chiefs, or do you follow from what the executive say on when the worker is directed to do something? Well, anyone who use.
We get the mandate from the resolutions, but we also follow the guide directions from the committee. And apparently the committee hasn't had a full formal meeting in some time. So that is one of our objectives as well, Chief, is to ensure, and I said it yesterday too, that we want to have consistent meetings with the committee. There's been a lot of work moving along, but we want to follow what we've been given, is to ensure that we work with the committee in a more in a way where we're respecting the mandate that's been given to us.
Yeah, I understand that, but the Chiefs Committee usually they follow the directives of the chiefs. And this hasn't been happened. It came upon that the Grand Chief or whoever in that office takes full control of it. And the employees get disciplined for that. I just like clarification where the Chiefs Committee stand with this CCHT. And another thing too, I've been on this committee since day one, since it started, and that was in 2017. And there was countless times that I had asked for a review, financial review on it for a cost. And I had mentioned one time 4 years ago in Ottawa that I says, if the federal government would come in and ask the committee, whereabouts are we? Whereabouts are you right now? Nobody can answer that. And I still like to have a financial review because I would like to see where all that money is, where it went. Every time there's a change in office or whatever, there's always they always talk about a reset. Reset on what? There was other chiefs that talk about immediate needs, what they need in their community right away. There's something wrong with this health transformation. And then, we we had a meeting on the 24th in Thunder Bay, and we did send a letter to the Grand Chief at that time, stating, a number of things. We never got no response back. Why is that? Maybe it shouldn't be directed to you, but, this is what happened. And then also too, what else here? And there was supposed to be a letter drafted to Slifna defending the Nan Health Director against allegations of wrongdoing. Was that ever done? I mean, there's so many unanswered questions here, which which I question, and I would like to get some answers from on it. And as far as, going into communities, that was done with Ovid Mercury years ago. They came to our community, and I don't know how many other communities they went to. Like, where are we?
I think specifically in regards to any of the HR issues, we can't really discuss these in this forum. But with the financial review, we can, Deputy Grand Chief can respond to that, but any HR related matters, we cannot put to this forum.
And I do
Say
have.
that again? What?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. No, I didn't miss it, but I didn't hear you quite.
Okay, so you were asking a question about the HR issue with the former director? Like, that can't be discussed in this forum. But the questions about the financial can be answered by Grand Chief.
Well, I
Deputy
guess
Grand
it's
Chief.
more clarity of, the Chiefs Committee, when we get together, we usually give directives towards to the health director themselves, and when it's followed by the chiefs, things happen and it's not followed, and they get disciplined. Why?
Thank you, Chief, for your questions and bringing your concerns to the assembly here. I heard your questions, that question about the finances a few times, Chief, and that is something that is part of our plan, is to, to bring those, to get a report on that. You are entitled to get a report on that, and we will ensure that happens. And whether it be at the committee level or within the assembly, but that is something that the committee can give us direction on. But we certainly are, have asked that we compile a report on the activities since the date that you have mentioned. And as for other items that you've mentioned, certainly I believe that this is some of the discussions that we need to have as committee members, because you are the ones that have been appointed by the chiefs in the assembly here. And keep in mind that the terms of reference have not been ratified yet. That is still something that we have to do, and that is part of our work plan as well. And so there is a lot of work that we have to do. But just keep in mind, there's been a lot of moving pieces here, and we are working on establishing our relationship and enhancing our relationship with the education authorities, Lefna, Matawa, Waha, and other stakeholders that are part of the health transformation process, including with our provincial and federal partners.
Yeah, I understand it. And also too, like I mentioned yesterday at our meeting, that, I would like to hear from, the past chairperson as well as the past director, because I know they were very transparent with the CCHT, and, they let us know where exactly they were, and they were almost at the point where this funding could have been transferred over to the First Nations.
Yes,
You know, you know, to satisfy my needs, you know, I would like to hear from them as well. Or
Okay.
some report from them that can come to us guys or whatever.
And I did reach out to former Chief Chris Munoz, and because I was trying to estimate that we were going to be on the agenda for 5:30 yesterday, and then he told me that he was going to be on a flight. So I did reach out to him, but unfortunately, Chief, I did not reach out to him this morning to say that you know, that we were going to be on the agenda sometime today. I do respect the fact that you want to hear from him, and I believe moving forward, we have that in on our plan to have a conversation with him. Because he said that he thought that he was no longer on the committee since he was not no longer a chief. So that is something that has to be clarified. We don't have terms of reference to support that or deny that. So that is something that we will depend on the committee to help us decide.
Yeah, I understand that too, but also too, you know, this terms of reference, that should have been done years ago.
It should have.
That
Yeah.
should have been back in 2017. Like I said, I was the first one of the first chiefs sitting on that committee. You know, every time it gets up to a certain part where there's progress, it's somehow somebody don't like it. I don't know what's the issue with that. You know, that I'm just saying from what I seen, from what I think myself. You know, and then again, another person gets in there, they take it over, they talk about a reset. Reset on what? You know, when it comes right down to it, it's the well-being of our First Nation people, our kids at home. I mean,
Yep. I certainly won't be taking that position, Chief. There's been a lot of good work done already. We gotta move it forward.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Chief Archie Wabas, and then we have Chief Kostashian on line.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. I like the idea of addressing and dealing with the health, First Nation health needs and related health matters. I'm not too familiar with the topic of discussion, and I was just going through this document. I was looking for a resolution, and there's a draft resolution 2444, and there's another draft resolution 2442. In this presentation, you're just telling us the engagement plan, right?
Yep.
Okay. So the engagement plan, you're going to be going to our communities starting this month.
Yeah.
This month and up to September, or up to February, September to February. You're not specifically looking for a resolution or direction or mandate or something? No, eh? Are you?
Have a resolution on this engagement, right?
So the resolutions that are in the Chiefs Kit are previous resolutions that were tried to be passed at the previous Special Chiefs Assembly on health in last October. So it's recognizing that for the ombudsperson office to be opened, which is, it comes from, I believe, 2 different previous mandates and resolutions to open it. We need to have that resolution resolved, as well as the Chiefs Committee on Health transformation resolution for their terms of references in there. And that again was supposed to be resolved at the previous Special Chiefs Assembly on Health in October. Those were put in there because we were hoping to be able to talk about how those need to happen, and we are looking to future Chiefs Assemblies to pass them so we can move those things forward.
In terms of communication between our regional health authority, Sulakout First Nation Health Authority, what's their role? What's their role in this between what you're doing and our SLIPNA? Like I was just kind of wondering, like we're not duplicating the services or duplicating the initiatives, are we?
I hope not. So I mean, like a part of the discussions over the last couple of weeks that we've brought up is there really needs to be some form of hashing out, like what are each of us doing? Because if I'm being honest, I don't have a full idea of what they're doing in terms of health transformation, and I don't know if they have a full idea of what we're doing. So I think that needs to start again with the engagements we're planning on, which one of them will be with SLIPNA, so we can understand what roles we're already doing and make sure we're not duplicating things, because we don't need to throw money at like out the window like that, and we need to ensure that we're using the resources we have to the best of our abilities by really firming up those roles within the system.
My last question is dealing with the funding.
Yeah.
The funding is based on that agreement in principle, right? And how long is that agreement in principle and going to be? Like, is it 5 years or is it yearly? Like,
So there was a charter of relationship in principle. We're now doing the charter implementation protocol, where we're probably 70% the way through, and that needs to be engaged on before we finalize that, which will then outline the governance or the framework agreement. And the framework agreement is going to be the negotiated piece between NAN, MOH, and ISC for the NAN communities. And what I can say is that because that framework agreement has not started the negotiations, what we need to do as a part of these engagements is really get to the point of what do we need? Do we need long-term, or does it need to be shorter term based on the like needs changing often, right? Like what does that actually look like? And I don't think I'm the most appropriate person to answer that. I think that needs to come from communities.
so on the engagement, like if you guys come to our community, what are you looking for? What are you engaging us for?
Yeah. So we're looking at the CIP, we're looking at the mental health strategy, and we're looking at the governance framework. Those are really key pieces that we need to bring drafts based on previous engagements. And just back to the point about Ovid doing previous engagements in 2018, this is essentially us doing member checking, right? We're coming back for round 2, saying, this is what we heard. Is this what you said? And going through those 3 different pieces and asking community members if they meet the needs of what they already told us, before finalizing it and trying to work with First Nations to implement them and move forward on the CIP and framework agreement process.
So once you get all that information from us, then what happens? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to build?
Yeah, so with the pieces, there's the mental health strategy, right? So that's one piece. And then essentially there's like training tools, there's workshops and stuff for First Nations to support in mental health concerns or crises within community. And the CIP outlines how we go into the framework agreement. So the next step after the CIP is engaged and finalized, then we would be working with lawyers in the 2 forms of government to negotiate the framework agreement, which outlines that new governance structure and the funding flow through model.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add to some of Ken's comments and Deputy Grand Chief Zibreskam presentation. Just in response to some of the questions that you raised, Chief Bobas. So you may recall, chiefs, that back in 2015 or 2016 in January, we joined the Swillicott First Nations Health Authority chiefs to declare a state of emergency on health and public health because of the deplorable state of health and healthcare in our region at that time. This was 9 years ago. And Canada's response and Ontario's response was to come to the Nishnawbe Aski Nation to make this offer of transforming health and healthcare in the Nan Territory, which led to the statement of relationship, which we called the Health Transformation Agreement back in July of 2017. And there's been some work that has been done since that time. Some engagement has happened, and a lot of discussions have occurred with our partners internally. And when I say internally, I'm not just talking about NAN as an organization, but the existing service providers that operate in the NAN territory, the health authorities, whether it's WA or SLIFNA or the Matawa Health Co-op group, and also the tribal councils that currently administer various types of health services, whether it's nursing transfer agreements, because we all recognize that the only way that health transformation was going to work in the Nan territory is that if we did it together as a collective. And so that work began 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. And one of the ways that we try to do this work so that it becomes grounded in our communities and in the Nan territory is that if we involve our communities, and that's where you may recall that the first health transformation lead negotiator, Ovid Mercury, traveled to some communities. And then when the pandemic was declared in the spring of 2020, that sort of put a halt to that work, that community engagement piece, which was so critical to making sure that this project works, that this project is successful. And I know that during the pandemic, the 2 years or the 3 years, they did their very best to remain engaged with our communities. I know they use technology, the Teams meetings or the Zoom meetings that became part of the pandemic to try to remain in touch with our communities. And once the pandemic was over, they re-engaged. But we know that and since 2022, 2023, there's been some real challenges that I know that the team has had to overcome. And one of them was just to ensure, in order for us to remain engaged with all our partners, we had a series of meetings. I know back in 2022, 2023, we had regular meetings with all our partners. But for some reason or another, those meetings stopped. And that's part of the challenge that we have now, is that we need to make sure that everyone is on the same page with this project. And you mentioned the Health Authority, the Swilcoat First Nations Health Authority as an example, that they also have a chiefs committee under the Health Authority, under the Swilcoat First Nations Health Authority. There's also a chiefs council under the Nan Health Transformation Project. And so in order for us to reconnect all the parties, it's critical that we have these formal discussions again. And that's the meeting that we've been asked to organize with the Swilcoat First Nations Health Authority Chiefs Council, so that we can share with them what we are proposing to do, or what we've been mandated to do, and also that they can also share that information with us. And we need to go through that whole list again. and also with the communities that were consulted before, but we also recognize that there's been changes in leadership as well, which adds to that challenge of community engagement. So we need to make sure that we go through our list of all the communities, all the health partners that we need to re-engage with. At the same time, making sure that we are in touch with our trilateral partners, Ontario and Canada, that we need to be on the same page. What does health transformation look like moving forward? Or even just the very basic question, what is health transformation? And so these are some of the questions that we need to be able to respond to you when you ask us these questions, that we need to be clear on what that is. What is our mandate? What is our mission? What is the timeline? And what are the resources that will be required? I think there was an earlier question about the funding part of health transformation. But we need to engage with Ontario and Canada as well to ensure that that we all agree on what that game plan is, or what that overall plan looks like, and what resources will be needed to ensure that this work carries forward. So these are some of the questions that that we need to answer. And we've been talking about having a fall or a health summit. We did have one, I think, a year ago, but the attendance at that time was very low. And so we could not effectively carry on or even share that information or seeking a renewed mandate of health transformation. But once we're ready, we will come back to you, the NAN chiefs and assembly, for that next step. And what is that next step? It's to operationalize that statement of principles that we signed back in 2016. And right now we're calling it the CIP, the implementation protocol. And we will share that information or that document with you as it's being developed in draft. And we will work with our Chiefs Council to ensure that they understand, first of all, what does that CIP look like and what is its intent. And once they give us that direction, but they feel comfortable that they feel they're ready to bring it to the NAN Chiefs Assembly, then that's what we will do. I'm not sure if this fall is a realistic timeline, but definitely by winter time, we will come back to you with that document because we need your approval. We will need your consent for us to sign it off so that we can take that to Ontario and Canada. So miigwech.
Okay, so we're going to go to, thank you, Grand Chief. We're going to go to Chief Costachon online. And then Chief Wesley, and then Chief McCallum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, what you must say bihtoik Mr. Nelson and the Benue. Shagoch mag good to start now and the Shrinaga back, make watch Bambisisti. Greetings everyone to all there, all the Grand Chief, Deputy Grand Chief, fellow chiefs, and the Mooseneek Moose Factory community, and all the guests that are there. You know, this has been a long-standing issue and in our area, and it's very that as chiefs within our community don't really have a say in a system that's so still driven by colonial entities where it doesn't reflect who we are as peoples, our worldview of how we view healthcare, you know, and I'm sure we all want better care for our people. Manabumatisun, Manipulation is holistic. It encompasses everything. Manipulation means health, or total health. And it's hard to segregate a lot of this stuff. And when we talk, yeah, we can talk forever because everything is interrelated. But it's been hard for us, like where does Mushkego play in all this? Because I've been trying to have a say in a system that's not working for us. And yet these entities are bound by corporations and they adhere to their corporation policies and procedures. They don't necessarily answer to the communities, to the members, or the chiefs themselves. And it's been hard working under these structures, just like a non-entity itself, it's a corporate structure. But individual, all you guys sitting there have rights. It's hard. And how do we do that? How do we turn down these structures that are undermining our worth, our rights within our own practices of how we govern ourselves? You know, that's the most frustrating part I find when we talk about a lot of stuff, especially health as a treaty right. You know, like, and we talk about our rights, and yet we can't even assert our rights within the structures that we operate from, the platforms we create within ourselves. How do we begin to decolonialize a lot of these imposed structures? And it's very, and I find that very, like, just to have a say in a system, it's very hard because I've been trying. There's a lot of need in our area. There's a lot of things that still happening to our members that should not be happening. There's a lot of death related. There's a lot of death related to not getting adequate service or late diagnosis. We all heard of these stories, and yet it's so normalized now. We don't do anything, I find. And I hear these discussions happening, and it's been a while, a lot of money this process, and yet it seems like we're just picking it up again. And that's what happens. Like, it depends what kind of we're always reactionary to a lot of stuff, and like a lot of people are reacting to the tariffs and our rights. Last time was climate change, health, suicide, and it's true what a lot of people are saying, because I had the time to review the discussions yesterday. I was listening into YouTube, what the discussions were yesterday. And that's one thing I find is that we continue to, like I said before, more nagigong gusto minupuno eka no sinihamik kinano when the hank kinano gashinagsi tipene kegon gashwabtimich gashi mehegi huben weskets kumusumuno kuhumunog minapamatisun deje nistabu pipenehetisun deje. An henus gashin agus sich at the bene mogunano gabus chuga mama se bugagangas bemat sich. You know, it's government still controls our lives today. But, you know, by asserting itself, it doesn't have to be in a bad way. We have to talk like we're people with rights. We have to have that confidence. A lot of our youth are standing up, and one of them is healthcare. Like, they should go hand in hand with land, because land is who we are, and land is very healing. And this is a very important topic, because it lies in with our mental health. It lies in with the diseases that's encroaching on our communities and the sicknesses. There's a lot to say on this matter, but I want to have a say as a leader in the community or as a member to be heard. I want our people to be heard within these structures. And now they're not being heard. It seems like I can't even be on the table when they talk about health with the government officials. Someone does that on our behalf and show these corporations they are. And those are the things that I've been fighting with Waha, just to have a say for our members. There's a lot of diabetes. There's a high rate of diabetes. What are we doing for diabetes? A lot of people are dying. A lot of people are getting amputated needlessly because they can't have a second opinion, or they can't have other access to a facility without, if they're accessing other facilities, they're out of the zone. And we can't even have direct contact with the doctors. We have to go through a nurse at the clinics. They speak on our behalf. It's become third-party information. Those things are still happening today. There's a lot I can say, and I hear my members talk about it. We've been at this table for a year in our area with the Mushkegok, trying just to break down these barriers that we create amongst ourselves. It's got to be done. And where does Mushkego play in all this? I haven't heard anything from health transformation from none area in our area for quite a long time. I'll leave it at that for now because it is a very big area. It's a very broad area, but it's most important. Mingosh for listening to me, and I am listening here. Mingosh, what you?
Okay, thank you, Chief Kostashin. So your statement and your concerns have been noted by the executive. And so we're going to go to Chief Wesley, and then we're going to go to Chief Allen. Okay, so we'll go in that order. Hey, Chief Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. We had a request from one of my members to be able to speak at this assembly, so ask the assembly to allow her to give her a few moments.
Thank you, Chief Wesley, for acknowledging my subject matter expertise on health. My name is Sylvina Rickard. I am from Moose Cree First Nation. I have been a health professional for the past 25 years. I want to bring to your attention a very pervading issue that is occurring at the Indigenous services level. Our treaty rights are being eroded every day. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but it is a significant concern for me as a health professional. We have our treaty rights are protected and constitutional. We have that right to access health care and determine what our rights are, determine what our health care needs are. Right now, Indigenous Services Canada is determining for us, and that's simply unacceptable. I'm here today I want you to, it's a call to action that the chiefs here in Assembly assert their rights as sovereign nations, a collective of chiefs. We can't continue to operate like this, very reactionary, and that's what we have been doing. And now when I'm listening to this discussion on health transformation, it has to fundamentally come from a place where we develop our own health constitution. We have to codify our health laws. That's where health transformation must come from. Right now, we're talking about a lot of operational issues or activities at health transformation, and I totally appreciate that. However, we need to start thinking high level. Many people in our communities are dying. Recently, we just were denied access to medical transportation for a Sundance ceremony. UNDRIP Section 24 has articulated that they would be that it supports our right to cultural health care. And Section 35 protects our rights as treaty people. How many more documents do we need to support the data? There are about 10 significant reports that have been drafted on a federal and provincial levels. Specifically, we already had the MMIW, the Romanow report, the RCAP. How many more reports do we need to justify the need to develop our own health laws? I would like to echo the sentiment of Chief Costagian that we still have people that are dying of very preventable deaths, untimely demise of our youth. I've worked in some of your communities in Northwestern Ontario. I've sat on the Health Transformation Committee when I was the health director. The needs are very diverse across the nation. So again, I'd like to request a call to action that the chiefs in assembly assert their sovereign right to determine what health needs are. Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech, for your comments, they've been noted. So we're now going to go to Chief Rick Allen and then Barry Kuznis.
Well, good afternoon. I think we're pretty hungry here. I don't want to be reactive or mad at anybody here or pointing fingers at where this process is. I think we have to now start to bring deliverables to the table from this position we are. That's 2017 and doing this, and then as we heard earlier, there was no terms of reference yet. But I think there has to be a lot of work that still has to be done. But I think moving forward, we need deliverables here for the chiefs to move ahead, as you heard from the previous speaker here. We're all diverse in each community, that we have different needs. These have to start to be delivered to each community. As I'm not gonna talk about how much money has been delivered to us. I just have the fear that we're gonna lose that funding and say that we can't deliver a product that we're giving money to. So now it's, as I said, the time is crucial now that deliverables be delivered to our table so the chiefs can mandate us to move forward and get more products to our communities that we need. We need dialysis centers. Each community needs whatever. There's a lot of documents that are created province-wide, Canada-wide, that we can just adopt and implement and start bringing these deliverables to us, the chiefs, so we can start to mandate and move ahead with these. But as I said, we're not here to point fingers. We're trying to get this ship back in the right direction. And I just hope that it gets to that point. We heard the Grand Chief here speak earlier, that November is kind of a deadline that we meet. So let's get maybe some deliverables to the chiefs here to pass. And so I know we're not pointing fingers anymore. I know we get a lot of flack for not, we can blame COVID, we can blame this, we can blame that. But it's not a time to blame, it's time to bring deliverables to the table. So I just want to extend that, bring that to you guys' attention. So We're not here criticizing. You know, we're here to work together and try to get something done. So now we just need some deliverables for us to move forward on. You got.
Thank you, Chiefs. Now we're gonna go to Chief Cuisines. So we are going to need to wrap this up. The 1 o'clock agenda item, has to start as close to 1 o'clock as possible. After Chief Gary speaks, we're gonna have a prayer for the lunch, grab something and go into a working lunch at for the 1 o'clock agenda item. Chief Gary.
Okay, miigwech. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief of Nishnawbe First Nation, and I want to say something about our health. Like our health services from Canada is going down rapidly. We have like a big issue, and it's a big worry for me and my people and about our health. The services we get from Canada is seems like it's getting to be limited. You know, it's like our nurses, they change, and sometimes you don't even know if they're because they have only contracts today, like private contracts. Then what wonders me is like what as in Nishnawbe, when we when we trying to do our due diligence, like for health transformation. Sometimes I wonder if that really impacts the services from Canada. You know, because it's been a long discussion with health already. Then I don't know if that's hurting us, you know, from what we're trying to get ourselves into. Like today, I have no nursing station. It's boarded up since April. We've been addressing our health care. You know, we've been getting some help from NAN, other PTUs. Still, we don't get anywhere. So that's one of the biggest things I think we have to try to come all together. You know, it's sad to see a nursing station is boarded up because the failure of the government. It's not the First Nations' fault, it's the government's fault. You know, these infrastructures called nursing stations or hospitals are aging. You know, these, like the equipment there for the nurses that are supposed to use, they're all aging. They're all like dinosaur equipment. You know, that has to change because there's new technology. You know, these new graduates from the health, you know, they have the new technology learning. And that's where I see the struggles of a new nurse when they come to my community. They can't operate the old equipment. And it's hard for a patient. That goes for medevacs. You know, we experience medevacs maybe 3-4 days delay. Even when a person has a heart issue or a broken bone, it takes time to send somebody out. Now, what happened to the healthcare that was promised from our treaties? I think there is lots we have to talk about with this health and the treaties, that was talked about earlier. Because everything falls in there. With all all the services that are provided from the government. So I don't know how we could address this, like maybe we have to sit down with the health minister, what's happening, even the patients when they go out on our urban area, sometimes they're left out alone. This is a very serious issue here, what we're talking about. Like, I like to see the people of my community get the proper health care. Probably everybody wants to see that. Right now, we have a temporary health care unit that takes away 2 families, where 2 families supposed to live. And the system is failing. The health system is failing. I think we have to really address this issue for to be all well-being as a Nishnawbe. That was one of the big promises we were given. That's all I want to say. Mia, miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Chief Gary. So with that, I'm gonna close this part of the agenda, and the comments give a good reminder as to the important work that's required in healthcare. All your comments have been noted and give good direction to the deputy who's the lead on this, and Ken Miller. So with that, I just want to say thank you. It was an update, and you'll be given more update in the fall for your direction through resolution. Yeah. Did you want to make some fun? Get their t-shirt. Yeah. And also get your t-shirts before they're all gone. Get none in. So now I'm gonna give this to Adam to outline the process that we're gonna go into the next agenda item. Miigwech. Okay, if we can have Francis, we ask Francis Sutherland to bless the food, and then Adam will outline what's gonna happen next.
Hello, can we stand, please? I will be saying the grace for our lunch break, for our meal. We can bow our heads. Dear Lord, miigwech, for providing us with this nourishment. We are grateful for your continuous provision, the hands that prepared this meal. As we partake in this food, may it strengthen our bodies and energize our spirits. Bless this meal and our fellowship around this gathering today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you for the blessing. Miigwech. Just to let everybody know, the next agenda item is going to be the one identified at 1 o'clock, and we will start at 1:30. That will be in camera. That in-camera session will be just chiefs. We'll need to clarify exactly, but all staff and all others will have to be vacating the space when we go in camera. The reason I'm emphasizing that is we have a very short lunch break. So people need to be wrapped up with their lunch. If you're not done by then, you can take it outside, go eat out in the lobby or out in the other room. But we need to be done before 1:30. And we'll start the next session by 1:30. It'll be in camera. So have your lunch as quickly as possible, and we'll get back here shortly. Miigwech. So we haven't started yet, but if we can have all the chiefs make their way to the assembly area. And just to let all others know, we are going to be going in camera and asking everyone else to leave the room. So it's probably better if you can do that now, other than the key staff that we need at the beginning, just to go through the process. But all others, hopefully you enjoyed lunch. But we will be going in camera officially very shortly. And so we will see you. I'm taking, I guess, maybe an hour and a half once we open it up again. But if I can have chiefs and delegates, if you can come up to the assembly area, and we'll get started very shortly. So it's 1:30. I'd like to welcome everybody back. I'm not sure if our live feed has been turned on, but we would like to officially reconvene our assembly. We had a very short lunch break for those that are joining online. Just to let you know, we're just wrapping up with our lunch here in the arena here in Moose Cree First Nation. Very good meal. There was also traditional food being prepared outside. I know there was some fish. It looked like maybe sturgeon that they're grilling on the open fire. Making myself hungry here. I didn't eat. I was waiting for fish. But we will get started. So the next agenda item is a governance matter, and there is a requirement that go in camera. There is a question of how deep in camera we go. But what I am going to propose, first of all, is that we have a motion to go in camera. We ask the general public to leave the room, and then we will have an internal discussion with the chiefs in terms of how deep we go in camera. This is a governance matter and an internal governance matter. And we will be dealing with that now. So in order to go in camera, I do require a motion and support. So you're moving to go in camera. Thank you, Chief Batiste. Seconder to go in camera. Chief Loon, Miigwech. Any opposition going in camera? Any opposition? That's my second call. Last call. Nothing online as well. So we will now